Welcome everybody to the campus of Trinity University at Trinity University softball field, where the University of Mary Hardin-Baylor is going to be taking on Trinity University. See the starting lineup on your screen right now. In center field, number 33, Taylor Henkin. The shortstop, number 8, Lindsay Polischultz. The second baseman, number 10, Madeline Stevenson. Right fielder, number 3, Braylon Belk. The first baseman, number 20, Bailey Frenzel. Third baseman, number 9, Elise Castillo. At catcher, number 44, Tori Skinner. Designated player, number 24, Brighton Wright. And the pitcher for University of Mary Hardin-Baylor, Ailey. And now the Tigers will be on the field first. And the circle for them is Jordan Arce. Jordan Arce being probably the closest thing you can call an ace for this Tiger pitching staff. See the 3.08 ERA. I am Reed Rosales, joined by the man, the myth, the legend, the shadow president of Tiger Network, Josh Machigemba.
What a fabulous spring break day we have here in San Antonio, and thank you to Reed for staying over spring break to call these softball games. Not just today. He'll be here all week. So be a good time here for Tiger fans, and we welcome in all the fans for the crew.
First pitch to Taylor Henkin, swung on and fouled off. So 0-1 count for the leadoff batter. And UMHB coming into this 4-7, disappointing start after a year where they were hosting a regional. One of their best teams in program history, looking to push further in, but instead find themselves maybe needing to win their conference to actually make the tournament now. So the count goes 1-1. Arce working with a reliable infield. See if she tries to draw contact. That one is fouled off, so 1-2 count for the center fielder. Yeah, Peyton Bowser at third playing in. MHB with the slap hitter. Just trying to make weak contact and run out a grounder. One of the many strategies used in softball that's not used in baseball usually. And that one's good. I thought it caught Henkin, but they're going to say it came off her bat. So foul ball. Lucky break for Arce. Gets another chance to put her away.
Yeah, you saw earlier Henkin with the 375 average from the leadoff spot. And a pretty solid OPS as well in the 800, so kind of what you want out of that role.
Bowser fields it, and it
looked foul. Although we don't have a camera right down the line to see where she caught that, but that was right there. But the umpire very quick on the foul call.
So perhaps two fortunate foul balls for both sides now. Still brings us to a 1-2 count for Arce, with Paula Schultz waiting on deck. The pitch. That one snagged by Baltzel. The throw to first is not in time. Williams having to come off the bag to snag it.
Hit for Taylor Henkin.
Great play by Baltzel, but still it's going to be a leadoff runner on base for UMHB.
Yeah, that's just a tough play to make, and a great job of knocking it down and keeping it in the infield. Had there been runners on, that would have been a spectacular play to keep everybody kind of at their distance. But nonetheless, a great job by Henkin to get the leadoff hit.
And now Henkin thinks about going towards second, but pulls back. As now Paula Schultz at the dish, takes ball one. Showed bunt, so we'll see if UMHB stays with more conservative base running strategy. Try to just get Henkin to second base.
Paula Schultz hitting .406 on the year, and my guess, without seeing the sacrifice hits and bunts here, is that she's probably got quite a few of those, with your leadoff hitter getting on quite often, and then your number 2 hole hitter hitting .406. It's a pretty solid start to a lineup, and talked about UMHB at 4-7 on the season is
close play there. Zoe Frausto at the catcher's position for the Tigers today. Almost got Hankin out at second, but Hankin just a bit too fast, but close play. 3-0 count.
Yeah, good steal, good throw, and the speed wins. You got the leadoff hitter up with a lot of speed and took second quite nicely. So,
and that will be a 4-pitch walk for Paula Schultz. So RC struggling to find the zone, and that AB goes to Madeline Stevenson, working with a runner in scoring position and a fast one at that.
Yeah, another solid hitter here for the Crew. So they've kind of done their job early to get on base. You mentioned RC, the one thing that's probably closest to an ace that Trinity has, and wouldn't disagree, but we saw earlier in her stats, the strikeouts to walk ratio, not exactly where you'd want it. A lot of walks. You give up too many free passes in this game, and it's going to come back to hurt. And we'll see if that free pass right there to Paula Schultz is going to be something to be wary of. So you got 2-1, nobody out. We've seen it a bunch of times where you can get out of this inning without giving up any runs. But you've got the heart of the order here for the Crew coming up, so they've got to feel like they're in pretty good shape right now. And I was mentioning earlier, 4-7 for the Crew coming in, but if you look at some of the competition they've played, they have not played a particularly easy schedule. Having at one point played the number 1 team in the country, Trine, falling in that game, having played a couple of other top 25 teams. So, I wouldn't necessarily just look at the records and say, should be a 11-5 versus 4-7. It's pretty much going to sort itself out here on paper. Yeah, no, I think on field you're starting to see maybe where the two teams are.
Still runners on first and second for Stevenson. 1-1 count. Pulls it back, but that's a strike. So 1-2 count after an early meeting with RC. Just trying to calm down the sophomore pitcher. It's quite a big ask to be called the ace of a very young pitching staff. Usually you give that to a senior, but at Trinity it is a sophomore. That one misses. 2-2 count. Really would like to prevent walking the bases loaded, because at that point you're just asking UMHB to sacrifice fly in a run, and that's something that the Crew are looking for. Is some good offense. That one fouled back. Up to this point, they have not scored more than 6 runs in any game this season. So looking to put up some big numbers against the Tigers.
Yeah, and since the circle visit there earlier, RC's done a great job. Almost everything, even the ball, which bounced in front of the plate, has been right over the middle of the plate, or not over the middle of the plate, but at least over the plate for what could be a strike.
Slapped over into left field. The catch is made by Del Toro. Runners do not tag. Came with some good contact off the bat, but Del Toro just striding over and getting it. So what could have been a threat has now been retired. Move on to the cleanup position. Braylon Belk. Belk, if you're in the cleanup position, your job is to drive in runs. We'll see if Belk is able to do that. Watches that one for ball 1. Belk hitting at .333 on the year so far. A bit less ABs than the rest of this starting lineup. She does have 2 home runs to her name, so certainly has the power to leave the park here. Takes that one for ball 2. But right now, RC in a hole against the cleanup hitter. Not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, has the 2 home runs, but only 5 RBI, and that's.
And now a 3-0 count. RC once again struggling to locate the zone. Frenzel on deck. Want to get another out before the 5-hole hitter comes into play. The pitch That one, it goes off. It looks like the elbow guard. Bases are loaded. RC in a jam. And there's going to be another meeting in the circle.
Yeah, this one brought just the whole team coming in together. One probably a little bit of confidence. We're right behind you. You're good. Don't worry about it. And then hopefully trying to figure out where ground ball is going to go with the bases loaded. You got the force out everywhere, and the possibilities here to maybe catch the lead runner at home and limit the damage.
Frenzel hitting .364 on the season.
Yeah, high batting averages across the board here so far from what we've seen from UMHB.
Takes that one for a strike. Usually RC, like every other Tiger pitcher, very aggressive in attacking the zone, but starting off early on here, struggling to find it. That one ripped into left field. That one was a bit more fair. That would have been a base clearer and a grand slam, but thankfully for RC, it turns to an 0-2 count.
Yeah, she liked it a little bit too much, jumped out a little bit ahead of it. She can stay patient. And you do have the wind. Can't see it on the screen right now, but the flag is blowing from right to left field, so might have had a little bit to do with it, but I think she still hooked that foul a little bit too far out in front of it. Now she's working in a hole.
1-2 count after attempted pitch to get Frenzel to chase doesn't work. Next offering. That one just a little blooper into left field. That'll score a run. And UMHB playing small ball as they take the lead 1-0.
Next up, number 9,
bringing in Hankin. And I think very smart play by Frenzel. Not going for power, more of just going for let's have the ball find the ground.
Yeah, great job with 2 strikes. She showed off the home run swing with 1 strike, and then it went foul. So with 2 strikes, she kind of shortened up the swing a little bit and just made sure she could drop it into somewhere in play and score the run. And as you said, when you haven't scored more than 6 all year, you get the bases loaded, you want to just try to pass the baton off to the next person, let them come up and, maybe get another hit. Maybe, if RC's not on her command, get hit, draw a walk, get a free base somehow. All of those will score runs right now.
That one put in for a strike. It's a 1-1 count to Elise Castillo. Bases loaded for the 6-hole batter. Paula Schultz, closest runner to scoring, over on third. Tigers looking to get out of the top of the first. Swing and a miss. Didn't look like a very confident swing.
Now it looks like she got mixed up on the pitch. Maybe thinking more fastball. She got the breaking ball. And kind of just, once you start that motion, you can't really pull it back. That one just missing. And sometimes you don't want to, you can't check your swing, obviously, but sometimes you don't want to go through and do the check and everything. It's probably, just better for the mechanics of your body to just swing through it.
2-2 count for Castillo. RC's next offering. That one's fouled off. Just trying to stay pesky in the batter's box.
And Castillo with her hands separated on those last few swings. She's now brought them together on the warm-up swings right there, but they're separated. It looks like maybe she's just trying to get a little bit more of control on the bat and maybe try to place it similar to the last hit from Frenzel.
Next pitch, that one skied into left field. Del Toro is under it. Runner does tag. The throw to home. Quick play. And I think they're going to call her safe. They are. So runner will, from second, goes to third. I wonder if they're calling interference because it didn't look like the runner touched home.
Yeah, he was making the same motion
Next up,
before.
number 4, Tori Skinner.
Wonder if they are going to say that Frosto was in the way of the base runner.
Yeah, it's really the only thing I can think of, because he didn't make a safe sign, but he was with the left arm pointing off to the side, kind of like maybe pointing at Frosto. So confusing nonetheless, but the run scores.
Sharp foul and to the netting of the Tiger dugout. 0-2 count for Tori Skinner. In 2:14, trying to keep the ball rolling. Runners at the corner, so the sacrifice is successful thanks to some catcher's obstruction. That pitch misses. 1-2 count now. Not too bad of an idea. You have a pitch to burn. Might as well try to get Skinner to chase.
Well, Trinity can go from bases loaded and nobody out to just giving up 2 here. I got to feel pretty solid about that. So this next strike, very important here for RC.
And that foul ball is going to end up on the tennis courts. Very high arcing foul ball. Back into the batter's box. Skinner goes. RC, after the quick glance at the wristband, delivers. That one's foul as well. So runners just staying put at the corners. It's Belk on third, Frenzel on first. Interesting, the choice. Usually you'd see a power bat like Frenzel be pinch ran for, but not so here. That one does not stay in play. Another long foul ball for Skinner. But with every pitch comes a bit more information for a batter that's able to foul these pitches off.
Yeah, interestingly, for me at least, is UMHB's foul balls have all been pulled very aggressively. And so they are on top of the pitching, but they are just a little too anxious right now.
And then another one pulled foul.
Yeah, and it's not the type of fouls where they're fouled back or off to the side or something like that. They are being absolutely smoked off to the side. Might be getting under them just a little too much, but they're giving them some pretty good shots.
1-2 pitch. That one a weak grounder. Williams scoops it up and steps on the bag. Tigers get out of the top of the first, but damage done. UMHB strikes first. They lead 2 runs to nothing. We will take a quick break on the Tiger Network as we get set for the bottom of the frame. Welcome back to the Tiger Network. You see the starting lineup for the Trinity Tigers on your screen. Leading off is Samantha Tagawa, second baseman, number 13. Left fielder, number 1, Hayden Del Toro. Hannah Boudreau, Jordan R.C., Jordan Williams, Peyton Bowser, Sydney Watson, Leah Gonzalez, and Angela Baltzel. Round up your lineup. Now in the circle for UMHB, Ailey White. One of just 3 pitchers that UMHB has pitched this season. Looking to go strong with a short pitching staff. That one in there for strike 1. Impressive pitch to start off Tagawa. 3.82 ERA for White on the year. 3-3 record. 19 strikeouts to 5 walks. Next pitch misses for ball one. And if there's one thing that these Tiger bats like to do, it is draw the walk. They'd rather not swing the bat at all. Lead the nation in walks by quite a good margin right now. And Sammy Tagawa leads all individual players in walks. Slaps that one over to Paula Schultz at short. Easy out for UMHB. That'll signal the turnover to the two-hole hitter, Hayden Del Toro.
Hayden Del Toro.
Del Toro will try to get her speed on base. Turns out ties her shoe really quick.
And with Del Toro up, excellent throw on that would-be play at the plate. Did get confirmation with Frosto in the way, so it was obstruction, and that's a new rule, so maybe a little bit of a learning curve there as Frosto's come back to the team now and is behind the dish after a couple of months away. And so, you know, just kind of getting readjusted to that and kind of the new rules that are going into place. And a little bit of a learning curve, but it was a fantastic throw.
Fantastic throw indeed. Trying to get a fantastic hit. Get her team started. Swing and a miss. 1-2 count. It's one thing that Del Toro has struggled with at the plate this year. She has been a bit strikeout prone. Aggressive bat, but sometimes that aggression is a bit misplaced. Next pitch. That one fouled off into right field. So staying alive. Del Toro. A couple practice swings before stepping back into the box. White sets up for the next pitch. And caught looking. Oof. Haley White just dotting pitches across the zone. Catches Del Toro looking. It's adding to that big strikeout total that she has. Brings up the dangerous three-hole hitter, Hannah Boudreau. Getting 449 on the season so far with 14 RBI. First delivery to her. That one misses for ball one.
And the last pitch looked like it might have been a ball, and then that one looked more like a strike. Couldn't really tell the height variance on the first pitch here to Boudreau, but
that one, little jump shot into center field. The catch is made by Hankin. 1-2-3 go the Tigers. First inning is over. UMHB still leading 2-0. Top of the second inning here at Trinity University. Brighton Wright leading off this one for the Crew. 8-hole hitter after a great first inning for UMHB. Look to do some more damage against Jordan Arcee, who's back out for another inning of work. UMHB and Trinity played in a non-conference series last year. That one was split. Swing and a miss. So, 0-1 count.
I think a big inning here for RC. The Tigers went down pretty quickly, not just 1, 2, 3, but that last inning felt like it took maybe 45 seconds. So for RC to come out and essentially work quickly and get through the next couple of hitters here, I think will be important, for the team's mindset to get back out there when they come up in the bottom half of the second.
1-1 pitch. That one in the turf. So 2-1 count. RC getting some reassurances from Peyton Bowser. Looks like she's going to ask for a new ball. And she does. And sometimes pitchers are superstitious like that. No, I don't want this ball. I want a new one. See if...
Well, 3 pitches you didn't like in a row, and you're like, yeah, maybe it's the ball. I'm not too bad of a pitcher. Maybe we'll just get a new ball in here.
Maybe that was it.
Seemed to work. I mean, calls over the corners of the plate being granted a little bit more today than I've seen here recently. So
2-2 count for right. The pitch. Good swing. Watson going over and making the catch. Had to cover quite a bit of ground to get there. So another strong swing from a crew batter, ending up in the mitt of a Tiger outfielder.
Yeah, and a big out here to start the top of the second for RC, because as we said earlier, you really do want to kind of get back into the groove of the game. You don't want to be giving up more runs and everything else, obviously. But more than that, I don't know if her first inning she actually felt like she got into that groove. And as a pitcher, it's about timing and it's about consistency and going up there and feeling like you're in a rhythm. And she needs to kind of establish that now.
Trying to attack that corner, evens up the count. 1-1 for the pitcher. Ailey White picking up the stick as well today.
Yeah, you got RC versus White here, and then to lead off the bottom half of the inning, we're going to have White versus RC. So, little pitcher on pitcher action. Sure, obviously you want to get the out, but in the back of your mind, you definitely want to get the pitcher out. And then when you come up against the pitcher, you want to make sure you get that hit.
1-2 count. The pitch. Weak grounder, scooped up by Tagawa. The flip over, easy enough for the Tigers. 2 outs on the board. But we rotate to the top of the order yet again with Taylor Henkin.
Yeah, and a great job of putting aside the bottom half of the order. Now the tricky top part.
Henkin really got everything started off for the crew. And that's a very weak grounder. Frosto, the throw, overthrows Williams.
I think that'll go as a base hit.
That's a hit for Taylor Henkin.
So, yep, base hit for Henkin. Frosto tried to make the play, but a bit too quick of a reaction time.
Yeah, I was going to say, we talked about Frosto coming back and, just her second weekend of action here for Trinity. That's one of those where you either need to jump on it and let it be a foul ball, or be sure that you're going to be able to let it bounce twice, be fair, and make a good, strong throw to get a runner out. And we've already seen the speed of Henkin already on the bases, so that's one of those that I would have been diving for just to make sure that it was foul. But again, I think a lot of that is just situational, getting back into the groove of being a catcher, and that's part of the growing pains that you're going to have. The rest of the Tigers have already gone through the early part of the season. And this is Fausto's early part of the season, so, just kind of getting into that groove. For the Tigers, they're hoping that she's ready to go by conference time and, kind of be ready from that point forward.
0-2 pitch to Paula Schultz. That one gets away from Frosto. Runner will advance to second. Paula Schultz, I think 406 today, drew a walk in the first. So 1-2 count now. Jordan Arce and Zoe Frosto complete the battery for the Tigers. Jordan Williams at first, Samantha Tagawa at second, Peyton Bowser at third, Baltzel in the shortstop position, Hayden Del Toro in left, Sydney Watson in center, and Leah Gonzalez in right. As that pitch misses, evens up the count. 2's on the board.
Yeah, I felt like maybe we've seen that called a strike, but once again, it's really hard for us up here. We're kind of same view as the camera. Really hard to tell height of pitches, so could be a lot of variance in those. And that one definitely high. But now with full count, I would suspect that a base hit's going to, potentially score Hinken. 2 outs, you're going to be going on contact. Anything put down, I think, with her speed is probably going to bring her across.
Full count delivery. It's a grounder taken in by Tagawa. The throw to first. Not in time. And the Tigers can't believe the call at first, and that allows a run to score. So Crew go up 3-0.
When I said anything, I didn't mean anything. I mean, I was about to say, like, the one thing that could be is an infield single or something, but that one looked bang-bang at first. I could see it being called safe. But the big thing there is that if you're the first baseman, Williams, you've got to know that if that's called safe, you've got to bounce right back off that bag and hold that runner at third. And she did not. And that just the indifference there, allowing another run to plate. That could be the difference between winning and losing this game.
1-0 count for Madeline Stevenson. Runner goes to second. Tigers are out of the inning. Another run scratched across by the Crew. It is 3-0 heading into the bottom of the second. Jordan Arce leads things off for the Tigers. Cleanup hitter having to get things started for the Bats. No hits on the board for Trinity. Meanwhile, the Crusaders have gone through their entire lineup. So we'll see how Arce fares against White. Having a good season with the stick as well as in the circle. Trying to pick things up. First pitch, hits the turf well before home plate for ball 1.
Yeah, RC 355 on the year. 11 runs, or 11 RBI, 10 runs scored. So very productive. Had a couple of games where she was the offense. Basically a couple of game winners too. Grand Slam earlier this year. 2 home runs on the season. And she could help herself out by at least getting on base, if not doing a little bit more.
Drops a bunt. Good one at that. Throw to first. Not in time. Arce runs it out. Frenzel tried to flip it over to Stevenson. But Jordan Arce, she's strong and she's fast. And shows off her speed there.
Jordan Williams
Leads it to another Jordan. Jordan Williams having a bit of a mental mistake at first base. Try to atone for that. Can do so with a good AB here. Drew 8 walks in the series against Schreiner. We'll see what kind of patience she shows against White. Runner goes to second. The throw, not in time. Arce snags at second base. The throw to Skinner. The throw from Skinner, rather. Certainly was a play, but Arce just a bit too fast. So Williams working with the 1-0 count. That one fouled off. Gets out of play. And perhaps calling a catcher's interference. Williams heads over to first, so odd way to get on base, but on base nonetheless. So now Peyton Bowser will step up to bat.
Yeah, definitely the catcher's interference call. The stream that you're watching is slightly delayed, and that gives us just enough time to kind of see it back.
And Jordan R.C. picked off, too aggressive on the base paths. Skinner having a great throw to second. She was all over R.C. And now Tigers with just a base runner on first. Another just straight up mistake by the Tigers.
Yeah, I mean, we were all kind of joking around that we all thought this game started at noon earlier today, and 1 o'clock start. The rest of the week will start at noon for the Tigers, but it doesn't feel like the Tigers have quite gotten into their day yet.
Next pitch. That one hit over into right field. That one doesn't get down. It is foul. So 2-1 count for Peyton Bowser. These are a bit odd mistakes. Those kind of mistakes have been absent for the past couple of weeks. Next pitch to Bowser. Swing and a miss. Count evens up, 2-2. RC no longer on second. Williams at first. So no runner in scoring position for Peyton Bowser. Pokes that one through the hole, however, and that's going to be a base hit. Strong throw to second from Belk. But the lineup will keep moving. One out on the board. Double play opportunity. Sydney Watson, who has made best improvements with her bat this season than last. She works with the runner in scoring position, hitting .245 on the year with 11 RBI. Had a 4 RBI day in one of the games against Schreiner. That one in there for strike one. And 1 count for the junior.
Center fielder with some good speed, so maybe something dropped down here in the infield would be really positive as well. Gives that one a really nice run. Pulls it a little bit foul, but she can find the gap somewhere with that kind of a swing. It could be the type that clears the bases for Trinity.
Reliable in the outfield. I'm trying to be more reliable with the stick in this campaign. That one fouled back into the netting. So 0-2 count for Watson as White threatens to put a second Tiger batter into the dugout. Already has 1 strikeout today, looking for number 2. Watson not willing to be the victim of that. That one fouled back. So staying alive. Watson taps home plate with the bat. 0-2 pitch. That one misses. 1-2 count with. Now awaits the 1-2 pitch from White. That one gets through. Williams too slow on the jump, and she's out. That was a great hit by Sydney Watson, but Jordan Williams just not in good position, thrown out at third. And another opportunity to get more runners into scoring position not coming to fruition as Leah Gonzalez will step up to the dish.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Like, even if you're worried about getting doubled up on the line drive, I think you got to kind of not be a foot off the bag for that one.
So Lee Gonzalez fouls this one back. 0-1 count. Gonzalez has not been handed the stick too much this season. Usually outfield core slightly different. Seen Carson Lee in this position. Next pitch misses for ball 1. 1-1 count. Like usually Gonzalez is the one that's getting flexed for by Boudreaux. Not the case this time. As with Frosto in the lineup, they're choosing to flex her instead. That pitch misses. 2-1 count. And if this ends up being a close game, Tigers will certainly remember just the multiple simple mistakes early on that have cost them potential runs and have caused runs to come across for UMHB. That one doesn't get down fair ground. A good swipe, but 2's on the board. Takes a practice swing before stepping back into the box. Gonzalez looking for hit number 1. That one's fouled off, and TUPD can have another souvenir for themselves. They've monopolized the market, I've heard. 2-2 count still with 2 outs on the board. Here in the bottom of the second. Doubleheader today against UMHB. That one misses. Now full count. Gonzalez has an opportunity to get the first run across for the Tigers. White, the windup, the pitch, and that one popped up. Stevenson having to do some fancy footwork, but the Tigers are retired all the same. So 2 bagels on the board for the Tigers as we head to the top of the third. Leading off for the Crew in the top of the third is Braylon Belk. And the first pitch is a hit that goes all the way to the wall. Belk will head over to second base. Leadoff double for the Crew. She's hyped up. As RC is still struggling from within the circle today. As hit number 5 for the Crew in just 3 innings.
Yeah, and they've, for the most part, I think, been very solid hits. Yeah, it's one of those things where I feel like they just have really good timing on her at the moment.
A pinch runner for the Crew. Number 30, Shori Wynn. She will take Belk's place on second base. And it leads up to Bailey Frenzel. 1 for 1 today. Has an RBI to her name already. And takes the first pitch. Ball 1.
Single through the left side with the bases loaded back in the first. Now comes up with another runner in scoring position.
Ball runs inside for ball 2. Once again, good position for the batter to be in. Up in a 2-0 count. Runner in scoring position. See if RC attacks the zone. Gets the strike call there. Now a 2-1 count. RC, no strikeouts so far. Trying to find her first. That one misses high. Batters count 3-1. Castillo waiting on deck. Skinner in the hole.
Yeah, no strikeouts, but just one walk, so not like she's not had any command, but I think that UMHB has just been kind of all over her strikes.
Another walk issued to the 5-hole hitter. So now it looks like we'll get another talk and perhaps a change in the circle as I see another pitcher waiting for the call. RC looks like she is ready to exit this game, and she does. So new pitcher in for the Tigers is number 14, Josephine Colowine.
For the Tigers, number 14,
We're going to take a break, let her warm up. We'll be back on the Tiger Network. Welcome back to the Tiger Network. Josephine Colowine, you see with that 9 ERA, you may look at that and have some preconceived notions, but Colowine has some really good stuff, was the catalyst for an 8-run comeback by the Tigers. But that pitch gets away, and the 2 runners advance. So now 2 runners in scoring position for the Crew, as the first pitch is too far inside to Elise Castillo. No outs on the board for the Crew as they try to tag on some more runs. Coleman's next pitch, weak grounder to Bowser. Bowser takes a look over to third. Now the throw home is not in time. Tigers getting out. But a run comes across for UMHB. It is 4-0. And Frenzel advances to third. So next batter up is Skinner. First pitch misses. Tori Skinner, 0 for 1 today. Flew out. Sacrifice fly, though.
Should it be?
7. Yeah. it is.
Yeah.
Pinch runner on third is Chloe Cox.
You can put her in after the base hit. Or after whoever that was for. Should have been.
After the pigeon change?
Yeah, it should be.
Next pitch from Colowine.
Yeah, it should be.
That one makes grounder contact. Williams comes off the bag, safe. Throw from Bowser was a bit errant, forced Williams off the bag. Another run comes in to score
I think that's.
as Cox marks run number 5. And really,
I think the.
neither of those runs coming across I would tag
So that
to Colowine's fault. And that was just not a good throw from Peyton Bowser.
second.
Makes it 5-0 in favor of the Crew. They are picking apart the Tigers as they keep making mistake after mistake.
So it is earned.
Yeah.
Okay. Now that.
That'll be tagged an error
RBI because it says any put out.
on Peyton Bowser. So an error apiece. Of course, that first error was the catcher's interference that allowed Jordan Williams to get on.
Down.
One out on the board. Colowine has not given up an earned run yet. Both of those will be tagged to RC. That one slapped into left field. And the bats are on fire for the Crew.
Base hit for Brighton Wright.
They stay aggressive and keep the lineup moving. So another hit, another batter
In between.
Yeah, so it would be.
as Ailey White comes up after Brighton Wright gets the hit. That ball gets away from Frosto. Runners advance.
Yeah.
And it seems like nothing is going the Tigers' way.
Okay, what just happened?
So that one they moved.
It is currently spring break on campus, so not many students around. Makes it easier to find parking. Next pitch. That one hits the turf. So another ball. Don't want to walk the bases loaded.
I'll double check it.
Should be caught up. We'll see.
And the umpire thought Colowine was asking for a new ball. Colowine shakes it off. That pitch misses. 3-0 count. Colowine got an out number 1 pretty easily, but now struggling to find out number 2.
So she is earned.
Next pitch from Colowine. In there for a strike. Really just kind of a pitch that needed to be in the zone. Don't think White would have ever swung no matter where that ball was.
Just put an RBI.
3-1 count.
Just grounded out the third before the error.
The pitch from Colowine. Great bunt. The throw to first in time, and it holds up the runners. So an effective play there. So 2 outs on the board. Really looks like Skinner wanted to come home, but just holding on long enough. Not throwing immediately.
Well, no, now that I've entered another
Oh,
play.
yeah.
Now back to the top of the order. Taylor Hankin, rather. My apologies. 2 singles on the day.
So this one just needs to go to RBI. This ground over here.
Which one?
And a conversation with
It's RBI because it says
umpire.
that was.
Looks like
And then,
perhaps a defensive substitution coming aboard.
yes, still earned.
Is Marina De La Luna heading out there?
So we're going to have defensive subs with like a 5. And then 4.
We'll see
Let me make sure.
what the defensive substitutions are.
Because it might be De La Luna for Frost there.
Hankin talking with one of the coaches for UMHB. Head coach for Mary Hardin-Baylor is Melissa Mojica.
So De
assistant coach Leah Guest. Coach for Trinity University is Bailey Wittenauer.
And then Bowser needs to
Getting everything sorted out with the umpire crew.
That's the change.
A little huddle between the crew coaches and the home plate umpire ends. We'll get you those defensive substitutions once they break out. Looks like Dale Luna's coming in for Peyton Bowser at third. Now the umpires are going to have a meeting.
So
Chief umpire
it isn't.
meeting with the other umpire.
For me, I'm like, okay, she's sweet.
Yeah.
And new catcher into the game as well.
Bowser moved to catcher.
And Peyton Bowser's moving to catcher. Dale Luna at third. So a couple of movements on the defensive side of the ball, wanting to shake up the lineup a little bit.
Are you good? We're all caught up
The crew are still up 5-0. Still have runners in scoring position for Hankin. First pitch from Colowine. Gets a swing and a miss. So on one count. Two singles are Hankin's scorecard so far. Now with Wright and Skinner on base and scoring position. Could blow this game wide open further than it already has been. Ball one. Count evens up.
Yeah, the dangerous part of the order here for UMHB, the 1-2 spot. Combined 3 for 3, and they've been on base 4 times.
And that pitch misses for ball two. Can understand pitching Hankin carefully. Already has 2 singles. Clearly knows how to find a way to get on base. Can clearly run one out, as we've seen both times today. That one, little grounder, throw over to first. That one is in time. Dale Luna shows off her rocket launcher for an arm. And that will get us out of the top of the third. We head to the bottom of the third. Tigers have some work to do. And we're back in San Antonio. Tigers still haven't gone through the order yet. Angela Baltzel, the 9-hole hitter, leads things off in the bottom of the third. I think that shows both sides of the game so far. Baltzel hitting .341. Takes that one for strike one. I feel like that shows how the game has gone for both sides.
Yeah, you know, UMHB's already the 3rd time through their order. Now, granted, they did it in the top half of this inning, so not apples to apples. But, yeah, you know, they've at least had double the opportunities that Trinity has had.
And a fly out to Hankin starts off the inning. Baltzel only taking 2 pitches before swinging. And we go back to the top of the order with Sammy Tagawa.
Number 13, Sammy Tagawa.
And on that one, Baltzel popping it up. You know, The swings that I've seen from UMHB today, been a lot of line drives, even when foul. We've had same from some Trinity batters, but we've seen a lot more maybe pop-ups on the Trinity side first time through. Now maybe second time through, having a chance to look at White and see what Trinity offense can find themselves.
1-1 count. They've certainly been in worse positions before. Down 8-0 against George Fox. Came back to win that one in extras. Hopefully not looking at something similar here. 1-2 count for Tagawa. Trying to stay patient, but White kind of forcing the issue by putting the ball in the zone. And that is kind of the perfect way to attack a patient batter. Frame attempt by Skinner doesn't fool the umpire. It is a 2-2 count. By White has just been retiring the Tiger bats very efficiently. It's made it hard for many chances. That one taken by Paula Schultz. The throw is in time.
A great throw from Paula Schultz deep in the hole, and then just put it on a dime. Additionally, nice job by Frenzel to just kind of let that one come to the mitt. Didn't make it a tricky play. Yeah, and Tagawa, and pretty speedy runner in Tagawa, retired here to make it 2 down in the inning.
First pitch to Aiden Del Toro is fouled back. 0-1 count. Del Toro struck out looking to a pitch that was, they're barely touching the zone. Perhaps was maybe a ball, but either way, Del Toro looking to make it a 1-for-2 day. Ball 1. Backwards K is not something you ever like to see on your stat sheet. See how she plays it this time. Takes that one for a strike 2. 1-2 count, 2 outs on the board. Trying to prevent going down twice via the strikeout. Good breeze here in San Antonio. That one misses. 2's on the board.
Yeah, and whereas the flag was blowing from left to right, it's now started to move inward as part of its swirl as well. So
pitch fouled. Boudreau tries to stop it with the stick, but instead has to pick it up with the hand.
yeah, so with that wind now blowing in just ever so slightly compared to earlier, I think now more important for the Tigers to really try to find some line drives, build some innings, try to get back in this one. I don't think big swings are going to be the answer.
That one gets up the middle. Del Toro trying to start a 2-out rally perhaps for the Tigers. She finds her way onto first base. Paula Schultz trying to dive after it, almost got it. But instead, it brings up Hannah Boudreau. Now you have Del Toro's speed on the base paths. Certainly a dangerous base runner in her own right. But right now, Tigers just need to find any way to bring her home. That one, just a weak liner to Frenzel.
I was going to ask if we were going to see Del Toro be aggressive, and we won't find out.
For the Tigers in the bottom of the inning, no runs on 1 hit. There were no
Due up
errors.
for the
One
crew.
gone through 3
Paul
counts.
Schultz, Stevenson, and Wynn, unless Frenzel checks back in, which she probably will. We take a break on the Tiger Network as the Crew are rolling. Lindsay Polischultz starts things off for the Crew here in the top of the 4th. The Crew have really taken the Tigers to task so far. Polischultz 1 for 1 today. Drew a walk, she singled. She hits .424 for a reason and is clearly showing it off. I have to wonder, Colowine ready to pitch. Look how far up Tagawa is playing. That one in for strike 1. Tagawa is playing probably further in than I've ever seen her play before. Now she steps back. That was certainly an interesting defensive lineup. Now, Stevenson on deck when, assumably, Frenzel in the hole. That one, bunt attempt is back.
An interesting call because I mean, she was definitely looking to bunt at the point. I think that's what the conversation's going to be here.
Are they calling catcher's interference again? I think they may have called catcher's interference.
I don't think the catcher was anywhere near it, so I think now they're going to check to see whether or not she swung.
Called it a hit by pitch.
Yeah, called it a hit by pitch, but she definitely had the bat out for the bunt. And I think the argument is whether or not you're going to call that a swing attempt. And if it's a swing attempt, it can't be a hit by pitch. And I don't think that it's going to be overruled as he's not sending anybody back. And take another look at it here.
Next up, number 10, Madeline Stevenson.
I mean, I guess you could say she pulled it back ever so slightly as it ran up on her. I think the other question would be whether or not she was still in the box when that contact was made. It's, you know, what it is a runner at first.
Runner goes, and the throw, not in time. No play at second, really. Peyton Bowser, the new catcher behind the plate. Stevenson now working with a runner in scoring position. That was a strike, though. So, small wins for the Tigers. That is certainly what they need at this point. Sharp foul into the net. 0-2 count. And really what you want to see here is to have Stevenson swing and miss at something or take a strike looking. Really anything to get momentum going for Trinity. He's right now trying to start the engine, and it's stalling pretty bad right now. That one's in for ball 1. Colowine glance toward the dugout, gets the signal for the pitch. Her delivery. That one muscled out into right field. The catch not going to be made by Gonzalez. Runner's going to come around third, and no throw at the plate. So Polischultz scores. It is 6-0. The Crew tack on another run. Gonzalez had potentially a play, but just couldn't get there in time. Good piece of hitting by the Crew yet again with Stevenson.
Yeah, well-placed ball. You know, that wind blowing in and away from the right fielder on that one. You know, I don't know if maybe Watson needs to take more charge if she felt like she could get there a little bit ahead. But it's just one of those things where that was going to be a difficult catch to make. If she made it, it would have been a spectacular catch, even if she made it look routine. And, you know, Stevenson goes for a double and an RBI. So, you know, at some point, you know, the beauty of softball is that you get to play double headers for most of these games. You know, I'm not saying that you just take the loss here and move on, but the good news for Trinity is that they will have an opportunity to reset. And even if they can't do it themselves, the game will reset for them. As that one is thrown away and another run will score. And Belk's going to scurry on down to third. So,
That's a hit for Braylon Belk.
You know, game 2, you get the reset. If you can't do it yourself, if you can't come back up to the plate and do what you did against George Fox, you do get a reset for game 2, and you have a chance to walk away with a split. You know, now whether that mentality can kick in, I don't know. But because right now I think all of the mental advantage right now is going to UMHB as well.
Certainly. It is a 7-0 ball game now. Spelk stands on second. Frenzel at the dish. I know it's spring break, but still have softball games to play.
First of 6 here this week.
First pitch misses for ball 1. Try to think wouldn't have the spring break mentality in game. But right now, seems like pretty checked out game at this point. That one grounded up the middle. Snagged by Tagawa. The throw. That's an out. Runner advances.
It's a really nice play from Tagawa, too. Having to backpedal, essentially, and make that play deep in the hole. Now, granted, it's not short. And maybe Frenzel's not as fast as some of the other runners that UMHB has, but still a very nice play for Tagawa.
Tigers trying to find some energy. Maybe that play will be the spark. UMHB has the run rule runner at third. They get out number 2. And with Delun at third, you have a strong arm that'll really prevent runners from streaking home from third.
And a nice job there. She also, she checked the runner back to the bag. Not just the glance over, but kind of held it for a second, forced the runner to retreat, and then that's essentially what's going to keep you from, you know, even if the ball skirts away just a little bit on the throw, probably keeps the runner at third overall.
Strike 1 for Skinner. 0 for 2 today. Reach on an error in the third. It's her RBI for the day. Crew put up 8 hits. Went in for a strike, so 0-2 count. Trying to strand Belk at third. But still just 1 run away, or the Crew from putting the game in a run rule position. Still need to get through the Tigers 2 more times if they were to do so. And that one's going to be foul. And bounces into TUPD's backyard.
Yeah.
They cannot stop collecting those foul balls.
They get all the bounces, too.
That was an impressive bounce, too. I didn't think that one was going to actually go over, but it did.
And Skinner's only gone to the lines, first and third, but now she goes up the middle.
That's going to score a run. It is 8-0. Crew are up.
Base hit for Tori Skinner.
Tori Skinner stands at first. Now the Crew, they are speed running this game right now. You look at the spread of the runs over on the scoreboard. 2 runs in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 3 in the fourth. They've been very efficient in how they've been getting these runs across. Next pitch. That one laced on a rope. Watson goes back to get it. That's the end of the top of the fourth. And we'll see if Cullowine comes out to hit. I've seen that before. She leads off unless she is pinch hit for or designated playered for, I suppose. Jordan Williams and Peyton Bowser also due up. We'll take a break on the Tiger Network. Tigers threatening to be run ruled. We are back with the best running stream in Division III sports in Texas.
Off the inning for the Tigers, number 14, Josie Cullowine.
Josephine Cullowine will pick up the stick. Hitting 167 this season. Now, trying to get anything going for the Tigers. I don't want to sound like a broken record or anything. That one's in for strike 1. But the Crew have, you know, they scored, they played good defense, they've gotten the outs. They've done everything you want to see in a good softball team. That one in for strike 2, and it's against a Tiger squad that is much improved from last year. But right now, Trinity just struggling to find really anything on either side of the ball. Swing and a miss. Colorline goes down on 3 pitches. So 3-pitch strikeout. Colorline a bit too
Next up for the Tigers, the first baseman,
happy to swing at that one.
Williams.
Jordan Williams at the plate now. 2 errors on the board for Trinity, but some more mental errors that you won't see on the scoreboard in this game. And you're trying to just think back to that series against ETBU where they got the split. That one in for strike 1. Just trying to recreate that situation, but the crew have shut down every single attempt.
And normally we would say that, non-conference games, it's not that they don't matter, but, you value your conference games more. But I think when you're in a conference with one of the national powerhouses, and that's Texas Lutheran, who's been to the World Series multiple times and, consecutive trips lately, you start to look at the situation of, winning your conference isn't a given. A fantastic catch off screen from our strength coach, Chris. All SCAC comedian Garrett Landon bringing some chuckles to the booth, as that's going to be a base hit for Jordan Williams, who's now reached twice.
Base hit, Jordan Williams.
Yeah, she was aboard the first time on catcher's interference, and this time safely with the single. So a little bit going now for Trinity, but kind of going back as Bowser steps in, going back to the idea of, non-conference games. I think these against the ASC really they're pivotal to Trinity, in the sense that if you can have a really good showing against what the ASC can bring to the table, and you happen to finish second in your conference, not saying that you can't beat TLU, but when you're facing a national power such as TLU is, second, kind of becomes a realistic goal. But if you're really solid against the other conference in your region, then you've got some opportunity, as Bowser makes it 2 singles in a row, and Trinity's got something going with 1 down.
See if Sydney Watson can keep it going for the Tigers.
Next up, the center fielder, number 10, Sydney Watson.
0 for 1 today, trying to put a hit on the board. Reach on a fielder's choice. And Jordan Williams in a bit of a similar position as last time, when she was thrown out at third. That one in for a strike. 0-1 count. Now we're having a good time here in the booth. I always love calling softball because we get everyone to the left of us. That one driven out into left field. Doesn't get down. And Williams will not tag. Great track and catch by Hankins. She's made several great plays today. And that is 2 outs on the board for Trinity.
Yeah, a nice swing there from Watson. We've seen that now, both at bats.
Next up, the right fielder, number 33.
Really showing a little bit more of the power. And that's, if she can develop that and kind of have that in her arsenal as well, speed plus power, that can really help Trinity as they continue on the season. The season's not even half over yet, which is ridiculous, as we will talk about hopefully a little bit later at some point. And an error is going to lead to bases loaded here, as Gonzalez will be aboard.
Gonzalez reaches on the error. 2 errors apiece for both sides. Not the
Next up, the short
cleanest game.
Angela
Baltzel, the 9-hole hitter, coming in a very big spot.
Yeah, now you're a couple of hits away from this being a completely different ball game. You got bases loaded, 1 down. If you can, or 2 down, excuse me. If you can pass the baton a few times, 1 or 2 times, get you back to maybe Boudreaux with a couple of runs scored. I don't know. I mean, could be going back to the 5th in a one-run game.
1-1 count for Baltzel. A very good hitter in the 9-hole position. Different philosophies for different teams. You know, the average person would say, well, you put your worst hitter in the 9-hole position. Not the case for the Tigers. Baltzel's very capable. 2-1 count now. And, you know, you can either put speed at the 9-hole, try to get a spark going there. You put a good hitter in the 9-hole to spark the top of the lineup so your leadoff is not hitting with nobody on base. It's a bunch of different strategies that go into softball.
Yeah, I like the 9-hole being your turnover. You know, get it started a batter early. You know, particularly depending on how you position your 1-2 hitters. If you feel like you've got your 1-2 can get on base quite often, then that really emphasizes your 3-hole hitter.
And swing and a miss. Tigers leave bases loaded. We head to the top of the 5th on the Tiger Network.
No runs on 2.
And welcome back to Trinity as we go to the top of the 5th. Pinch hitter here for the Crew. It's going to be number 22, Kylie Green.
That's awesome.
An interesting choice to start off with the pinch hitter. That is in the pitcher's position, so I assume coming into the next inning we may see a change in the circle, but you know, with softball you have pretty much infinite substitutions, so we'll see what happens. But either way, first pitch and for strike one, trying to just limit the damage that the Crew has done so far. They've scored in every inning. They've scored quite in an evenly distributed way as well. Next pitch. Check the swing, ball one. Count evens up. No, beautiful day here in San Antonio. Hopefully the beautiful weather continues through the weekend. Next pitch in there for a strike. 1-2 count. Colowine in for another inning of work. Crew have tagged on 3 runs to her. That pitch misses. To try to rise ball. Evens up the count. 2-2. And the chance coming out of the Crew dugout. Still hyping up the batter. And a grounder, not signed by Dale Luna, instead by Baltzel, who makes the throw at first. What an arm. Baltzel gets Green out, and one out on the board.
Number 33, Taylor Henry.
So the defense in the infield, at least, is starting to show up a little bit. Looks like now go back to Henkin. Ball 1. 1-0 count for Henkin. 2 for 3 today, 2 singles. She grounded out over to third base last time. That one misses. Ball 2. 2-0 count. Henkin.
Is it populating on live
Next offering to her. Taken for a strike. Henkin, of course, when you bat in the lefty batter's box, you get the opportunity to slap the ball. One of the things you get to do in softball, not in baseball. That's a bit more strategery. Fouls that one off.
Now we're at.
Gotta stay safe in the Tiger dugout. 2-2 count for Henkin. Lindsay Paul Schultz on deck. Stevenson in the hole. Colowine, the pitch. Weak grounder, foul. Still a 2-2 count. Some other sports going on here at Trinity. Men's tennis will be taking on University of Chicago. That'll be a good one. Shout out to the men's tennis team. That one fouled back. That'll be a tough opponent for them to face. Good competition. They beat Carnegie Mellon here at the Butch Center. Now taking on a tougher opponent in University of Chicago. Meanwhile, 2-2 count for Henkin. The pitch misses. Ball 3. Countdown count. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out. Here in the top of the 5th. Next pitch. That one grounded. Kareem's off of Baltzel. So, base runner for the crew.
You almost had the rare 6-4-3 single out put out.
It was a fortunate bounce to be sure. Could have gone into the outfield. And with Henkin's speed, could have easily taken second base, but going right to Tagawa. Go to Paula Schultz now. 1 for 1 today. A walk, a single, and hit by the pitch. Runner goes to second. The throw. Good location for the throw, but just not in time.
Yeah, just 1 for 1 for Paula Schultz, but as you mentioned, she's been aboard all 3 times. The walk and the hit by pitch. She was able to score on both of those trips as well, so 2 runs scored in this one.
Next pitch on the inside. Count evens up at 1-1. And I think one of the bigger impact statistics is UMHB is 5 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Tigers are 0 for 5. Not only a better average, but just more attempts with runners in scoring position. And this is one here as well.
Yeah, not only are they better with runners in scoring position, they're hitting better with runners in scoring position, hitting .385 on the afternoon. Trinity, meanwhile, 5 for 17 overall. So they're 5 for 13 with runners in scoring position. Trinity just 5 for 17 overall.
2-2 count for Paula Schultz. Crew are up 8-0. Technically, don't need to add on any more runs. They just get through the bottom of the 5th. This game is over. But sure, they would like an insurance run. Grounded over to Colowine. That's out number 2. Runner advances to third. That's certainly a high point for the crew this season. Most runs scored in a game with 8. And they put up 9 hits. Certainly a solid day at the dish. And now Mylan Stevenson 1 for 3 today. Weak grounder. Throw to first in time. Baltzel makes the play. That'll be the end of the top of the fifth. We head to the bottom of the fifth. Potentially the last ABs for the Tigers.
The Tigers.
And starting things off for Trinity is Sammy Tagawa. 0 for 2 today. She's grounded out both times to Paula Schultz. Paula Schultz has also made some stellar plays defensively. Some good play all around by the crew. They've been on point. First pitch in for a strike. And it is still Ailey White in the circle, so no change in that area. Looking to go the full game, potentially. As long as she doesn't give up a run, the game will end.
UMHB looking to just change colors with white and green.
A nice hit out. But Henkin roams over, makes the catch on the can of corn.
An impressive day there for White, not walking Tagawa once.
Next up, the left fielder, number 1, Hayden.
Not walking Tagawa once. It's a very aggressive pitching staff for UMHB. They just attack, attack, attack. They have not let up at all. Del Toro, 1 for 2 today. Swing and a miss.
And you mentioned Trinity coming in, leading the nation in walks, and White has thrown 0 today. So yeah, attack, attack, attack. How do you beat a team that leads the nation in walks? Well, you probably just throw them strikes. Force them to actually hit the ball.
Next pitch misses. 1-1 count. Crew up 8-0. Didn't put up any runs in the top of the fifth, but we'll see if they needed to or not. Swing and a miss.
White with 3 Ks on the day, looking for number 4 here.
She has struck out Del Toro looking back in the first inning. Boudreau on deck for the Tigers. That one misses high. Count evens up at 2-2. And probably will end up as a game that the Tigers will just want to put behind them heading into game 2. I think in a season you're afforded one of these games every now and then. That one misses for ball 3. You play 40 games, over 40 games usually, if you make your conference tournament. Not every game's going to be a stellar performance. But in this case in particular, certainly wanted it to be at least a little bit better. And catches her looking. Good pitch by White. She strikes out Del Toro looking for the second time today.
Yeah, and with that, I think it's important to, in a game like this, turn the page early. And I felt like maybe Trinity did that. 4th inning, they started to get some hits. Came back out, top of the 5th. They limited the damage, didn't give up a run in the 5th. So, start turning that page early so that if this one does end here in the 5th, you go to game 2 with this one a little bit more behind you already. Some of the mental mistakes that happened early on, now behind you. You're ready for game 2. Walk out of here, see if you can get the split. That's got to be the mindset going forward. Particularly now when you're down to your last strike of the game 1 scenario. Just try to make the best of what you can, and fortunately you get a doubleheader today, and you get a chance to come back and reset completely for game 2, and like I said, try to take that split. And if you're UMHB, you just keep doing what you're doing because it's obviously been effective. And particularly if you can find somebody to come in game 2 to pitch that just pounds the strike zone again, love to see what Trinity can do as an answer for just somebody pounding the strike zone.
Puts it out into left field. A great catch made by Eggleston. That ends this one. Crew get the run rule, 8-0. They scored 2 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, 3 in the fourth, and that proved to be enough to have a 0-run fifth inning. Thank you.
Yeah, Hinken 2 for 4, 2 runs scored, and Paul Schultz 1 for 2, 2 runs scored as well. Stevenson was 1 for 4 with a run scored and an RBI. 2 for 2 for Braylon Belk, and then you get to the pitching. Haley White, 5 innings pitched. She gave up 5 hits, struck out 4. Really, it wasn't anything that was like dominating, but it was very consistently attacking the zone, as you said earlier, Reed, just, forcing Trinity to put the ball into play, and then had really good help all around her. MHB made some nice defensive plays out there, and then I think that they, just kind of, played fundamental softball, and that was, I think, really one of the big keys.
Haley White will be credited with the win. Jordan Arcee will be tagged with the loss. Thanks for joining us for Game 1. We will take a break for Game 2. Not sure when our start time for that one is.
Should be, I'm going to guess, right around 3 o'clock. 2:30 now. Give it about 30 minutes or so. So, maybe check back in a little bit before 3 if you're staying around for Game 2. And we'll leave the stream up, and we'll be here. And if you miss anything, you can always just rewind it there on your YouTube channel. So, see you in about 30 minutes or so.
Welcome back to the Tiger Network. I'm Raiders Oz, joined by Josh Machigemba. And you see the starting lineup for UMHB on your screen. Not too many changes. Taylor Henkin, Lindsay Polishotz, Madeline Stevenson, Raylan Belk, Bailey Frenzel, Elise Castillo, Kyler Sanders, Brighton Wright, and Bailey Eggleston.
Defensive lineup for the Tigers.
That is your lineup for UMHB. They're flexing their pitcher this time rather than a position player, so Eggleston will be picking up the stick, unlike last game. And in the circle for the Tigers is Cameron Bishop, young pitcher, freshman for the Tigers, really trying to reset the tone from last game, because obviously you don't want to have a repeat performance of last time. Bishop with a 3.09 ERA, 1.2 whip. Had a good first-year campaign so far. Now taking on a dangerous UMHB lineup that did some damage against the Tiger ace. We'll see how the number 2 pitcher can do.
Yeah, it should be interesting here. And, you know, the big thing I think for Trinity is have they turned the page completely? You know, that was a pretty dismal game 1 for the Tigers, and a lot of optimism, a lot of banter and chatter coming from that UMHB dugout. They seem pretty happy. We'll see if Trinity feels the same way after the first few innings here, but Bishop with the first offering and their first strike. And I think the real key here is attacking this top of the order for UMHB early. Hinken was really good in game 1. Paula Schultz, they were on base scoring runs and really got them going.
Foul over to the left. I was going to say that Bishop is an aggressive pitcher. Usually don't find herself down in counts very often. She has a way of spinning the ball in a way that gets batters swinging things that they may usually not swing at. Next pitch to Henkin. Good looking pitch, but a ball. You have a couple pitches to burn when you're up ahead in an 0-2 count. Might as well try to get Henkin to chase.
UMHB did not rely on the long ball for game 1, but just pointing out the wind now blowing directly in.
Goes inside that time, but misses all the same. Count evens up 2-2. Henkin working the count. It's what you love to see from a leadoff hitter. We contact the throw to first in time. That's a quick first out for the Tigers as Baltzel leads the scoop and throw.
Next up, the shortstop, number 8, Lindsay Polishotz.
So very much a different start to this game than the last.
Yeah, get the out before the other team gets the run. That's the key right there. And didn't do it in game 1. Game 2 already off to a much better start here for Trinity.
Lindsay Polishotz shows bunt. That will be a strike as she pulls back. So Bishop finding the zone much better than RC was in game 1, and really kind of felt something was off in that first game when Jordan was having trouble finding the zone. But for Bishop, gets a weak contact again, and the throw from Baltzel, maybe a bit of a contention there, but Williams trying to snag it, throw a bit errant. It'll be an error. Base runner for the Crew. But it was good contact created by the pitch from Bishop. It was certainly the play that they wanted, just couldn't complete it. That'll lead to Stevenson stepping up to the plate now. Madeline Stevenson takes a swing and fouls it off. Goes off the netting. 0-1 count. Once again, Bishop starting off the count ahead. Double play opportunity for the Tigers, but they haven't turned that many double plays this year. They turned a bunch last year, but just hadn't had too many opportunities to this year. Hit right to Tagawa, tags one, gets the other, And just as I say it, double play made. That's the end of the top of the first. Very quick. We go to the bottom of the frame. Stay tuned on the Tiger Network. You see the starting lineup on your screen for the Tigers. Samantha Tagawa, Sydney Watson, Hannah Boudreau, Jordan Arce, Jordan Williams, Carson Lee, Peyton Bowser, Hayden Del Toro, and Angela Baltzel. That's your starting lineup for the Tigers. Tagawa starts things off, as you saw on your screen. And Chloe Mason in the circle for the Crew. 4.32 ERA on the year, 1.89 whip. 0-2 record, trying to get a win for herself. Tigers in the bottom of the first, very quick. Very different from game one. First pitch to Tagawa. In there for strike one. So the Crew pitching staff staying aggressive all the same. Tagawa having a good freshman campaign. Trying to start things off on a good note, and the leadoff position takes that one for ball one. And that one change for the Crew comes behind home plate, as Sanders is behind the plate to complete the battery with Mason. 2-1 count. Tagawa taps the plate with her bat, spins it around, now ready for the next offering. 2-1 pitch. That one in there for strike two. Count evens up. Tagawa trying to work the count, similar to what the leadoff hitter for the Crew did. But now we'll see how she deals with the 2-2 pitch. Swings that one that looked like it was coming up and in, fouls it off. Still a 2-2 count. Back in the batter's box. Wind blowing now for certain. That one poked into right field. Catch made by Belk over in right. So Tagawa makes contact, but Belk there to grab the ball. Good positioning defensively by the Crew. I'm able to get Belk that opportunity. That'll lead to the two-hole hitter, Sydney Watson. Watson trying to get things off to a better start. Moving up in the batting order. Strike one to her. I don't think Tagawa just wanted to put the ball into play. Was successful in doing that, just couldn't find the right spot. Next pitch to Watson. That one in there for strike two, so quickly in a hole. Sydney Watson, one of two juniors in the lineup. Makes good contact on that one, but ultimately ending up in the glove of Eggleston out in left field. 2 outs in the inning. We go to Hannah Boudreau. Both sides threatening to go 1-2-3 in the first.
Yeah, for Trinity, they did a very good job defensively. Got out of the inning really nicely, but Now offensively, back to where they were maybe in game one. Let's see if Boudreaux's got any bit of a change to how they started this day off a couple of hours back.
Boudreaux takes ball 1. Jordan Arce on deck. She gets an opportunity. Jordan Williams in the hole. Arce gets on. Good contact into right field, but Belk snags the flame shot on a rope. That'll end the first inning. 3 up, 3 down on both sides. We take a break on the Tiger Network. Back in San Antonio. Everything moving along as we play outside of 281. Can maybe see it on your screen if you look close enough. Kind of got some trees in the way. Maybe you get a glimpse of it. But either way, it's Braylon Belk, cleanup hitter, starting things off in the second inning for the Crew. Much different position in the second inning than in game one, where they had gone all the way to their 9-hole hitter. And that first offering fouled off, nearly going off the pole, but instead off the net and then the pole. So not making a dinging noise. 0-1 count for the dangerous cleanup hitter. Bishop, glance at the wristband, ready to pitch. Finds that one for a strike, so 0-2 count as Belk
finding success in that upper outside corner.
Belk awaits the 0-2 offering. That one put out in to right field. Jordan Arce going back and making the catch. And the first batter is retired. And the lineup just keeps on moving as Frenzel slips on up to the Oche now, trying to be the first hit on the day for the Crew. First hit on the day for either side, as there's no hits on the board. That one right over to Tagawa, easy enough. So 2 outs in the inning. As the 2 batters are quickly retired.
Third baseman number 9, Elise Castillo.
And now, Elise Castillo coming up to bat. Castillo steps into the box. Bishop trying to have another 1-2-3 inning for herself. Strike 1 to Castillo. UMHB is still looking for hit number 1. They've gotten on only via the air. See if they can get it here. Next pitch. Misses. So 1-1 count. Hannah Boudreaux is behind the dish for the Tigers this time. Completes a battery with Bishop. Jordan Williams at first. Sammy Tagawa at second. Peyton Bowser at third. Angela Baltzel at short. Del Toro in left. Watson in center. And Arce in right field. We contact, and the catch is made. Jordan Williams flashes the leather, makes the great catch. And 1, 2, 3, go the crew. We head to the bottom of the second. And we are back here at Trinity University. And just like the top of the second, a cleanup hitter leading off the bottom of the second, Jordan Arce. Only Tiger on the roster with a home run this year. She hit 2 in one game. Rare feat. That hasn't happened a lot in program history for Trinity. It's 2 home runs coming against ETBU. First pitch inside, ball 1. Arce has also got some dangerous speed. So for Chloe Mason, tried to prevent Arce from getting on base at all costs. Mason getting the pitch ready, the windup and the delivery. Swing and a miss. 1-1 count. Arce took a hack at it. Every swing kind of looks like a swing that would go over the fence. She swings with a ton of power. That one doesn't reach the plate. 2-1 count. It's Chloe Mason and Kyler Sanders completing the battery for the crew. I will work against this Tiger squad. Swing and a miss. 2-2 count. That ball looked like it ran a bit high and inside. But Arce saw something that she wanted to swing at.
Yeah, it looks like she definitely wants the pitch up. But so far, coming up empty on both of the ones that have been.
We'll see if she has any better luck on the 2-2 pitch. She does not. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And Jordan Arce is retired. And we go from one Jordan to another Jordan. Jordan Williams trying to improve her day so far. The senior will try and be the first base runner for the Tigers. Excels at drawing walks. We'll see how patient she can be against an aggressive crew pitching staff. First pitch fouls it off. 1 count. Don't usually see Jordan swinging at too many first pitches. Does so there.
Yeah, but as you mentioned, it's an aggressive crew pitching staff. They didn't issue any walks in game 1. So I kind of get the feeling that, you know, they haven't issued one through the first 4 batters here. So maybe you just start looking fastball early in the count and find something to drive.
1-1 count. Clearly, a change in strategy had to occur to prevent a repeat of game 1. See what the Tigers are cooking. Next pitch. That one grounded to Stevenson. And a little high of a throw. Needs Frenzel to do a jump. But it's an out all the same. And for 2 innings in a row, Tigers starting to go 3 up, 3 down themselves. Carson Lee, 6-hole hitter.
Did not play in game 1.
Indeed did not. Trying to make an impact now that she is in the lineup. Takes that one for strike 1. She's hitting .214 on the year so far. So looking to improve on that mark. Mason wanting to retire the side yet again. Misses that one. Nice looking pitch, but 1-1 count. Trying to get lead to chase. As UMHB out of the ASC. Tough conference for softball. Many talented teams in that conference. Lee swings, and we'll see if someone has a play on it. Bulk does, calls off Stevenson. 3 up, 3 down, and still zeros on the scoreboard as we go to the third inning.
For the Crusaders, number 21, Kyler Sanders.
And Kyler Sanders, Seminole hitter, leads things off for the Crew. Has tried to prevent a 3 up, 3 down inning, because that's all we've had so far here in game 2. Bishop, of course, looking to continue that streak. And Bishop will give the first offering. Bit too high. 1-0 count for Sanders. Right on deck. Eggleston in the hole. Glance at the wrist for the pitch. That one in the other batter's box. 2-0 count. Bishop gets the ball back. Circle throw into the glove. Kind of a settle down routine for her. And now the 2-0 pitch. And that one popped up, could stay in play. And it does not. I believe it went off either the netting or the fence. So 2-1 count. Weak foul ball. Much different than the strong line drive fouls that we were seeing in game 1. Contact has not been as solid here in game 2. When you have a breaking ball pitcher like Bishop, you know, name of the game is miss the barrel. Get those weak contact. Next pitch. Misses, ball 3, hitters count.
Kind of maybe just a bit messed up the Crew's timing on pitches, as they seem to be hitting the fastball really well early on. As you mentioned, Bishop coming in with the breaking balls, just doing enough.
And that one, grounder over to Baltzel, throw to first in time. So 1 out in the inning as Sanders is retired. Now,
next up, number 24, Brighton.
Number 24, Brighton Wright. Steps into the box out of Melissa, Texas. 429 on the season. Trying to be hit number 1. And that one, weak contact over to Baltzel. Throw to first in time. Just run the replay on the first play. Pretty much the exact same thing. So 2 outs on the board.
Next up for the
Yeah, she had to
Crusaders,
range maybe
number
a step or
12,
two further. But yeah, Tigers will take those pretty much all day.
And now, batter that didn't pick up the stick, Bailey Eggleston. The pitch. And that one, some much better contact on the foul, but a foul all the same, a 1 count. Takes a moment before stepping back into the batter's box. Bishop Boudreaux battery trying to put away Eggleston. That one put over into right field. The catch is made by Jordan Arce. Arce lays out and grabs it. That's another 3-up, 3-down inning. We head to the bottom of the third on the Tiger Network.
No runs on no.
And we are back after the great catch by Jordan Arce out and right, really laying out for it.
The Tigers, the third baseman, number 21.
It'll bring up Peyton Bowser, the Seminole hitter, leading things off in the bottom of the third. Still trying to break the streak of going 3-up, 3-down. Who will be hit number 1? Find out on the Tiger Network. See if there's boss music playing for Chloe Mason. That one's skied over into left. Can of corn for Eggleston. That'll retire the first batter on the first pitch. We'll go to Hayden Del Toro in the 8-hole position.
Tigers, the left fielder, number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Del Toro certainly wanting to have a better day for herself. Struck out looking twice. It's always frustrating as a batter. But now, she has driven 9 RBI on the season. Takes first pitch for strike 1. So Mason on the attack yet again. See the outfield not playing as deep as you would see for either Arce or Boudreaux. Henkin just playing on the logo. That one misses. So evens up at 1-1 to number 1, Hayden Del Toro. There's 1 out in the inning as well, in case you were curious. Puts contact on that one, but right to Eggleston. And you can't crack her out in left field, so Del Toro will head back to the dugout.
Next up,
That'll bring up Angela Baltzel.
Number 2, Angela Baltzel.
Baltzel will take her first swings of this second game. First pitch for Mason. Little jammer foul onto the top of the dugout. A familiar location for softballs to end up. As you know, the dugouts kind of go into foul territory, similar to what the bullpens do over at the baseball field. So some unconventional foul territory dimensions. Oh, 1 pitch. A little jam shot. Doesn't get down. Paul Schultz takes it in. 3-up, 3-down go the Tigers. And no hits for either side. We head to the 4th inning.
To the top of the order for UMHB, San Antonio.
And back in San Antonio, we will find out if we will have an inning where the team doesn't go 3 up, 3 down. Taylor Henkin certainly trying to prevent that. Henkin had a great game 1, trying to improve upon it in game 2. Grounded out in her first appearance at the plate. Bishop has been dealing very well against the UMHB team that just put up their season high in runs. Weak contact over to Baltzel, throw to first, and just gets away from Williams. Another bit of an errant throw from Baltzel. Williams can't snag it. So another base runner for UMHB via the error.
Next up, number 8, Lindsay Paula-Schultz.
So maybe having to clean up the throws from short, as the second error today for Baltzel. Brings up Lindsay Paula-Schultz. Runner goes, throw to second. It's not going to be in time. So runner in scoring position, and in a game where not a lot of scoring has been done, 1 run could be the difference maker. Paula-Schultz out of Cypress, Texas. We will see if it maintains zeros on the scoreboard, or if UMHB can scratch a run across. 1-0 pitch. Attempted bunt goes behind Paula-Schultz, so 1-0 goes to 1-1. As number 8 steps back into the batter's box. Trying to advance the runner to third. Don't want Henkin over at third base. Any sacrifice fly would certainly bring her home. Next pitch misses. 2-1 count. As Bishop has to work a bit more carefully. Tigers looking to make fast improvements on last season. Next pitch. Bunt is laid down successfully. Throw to first is not going to be in time. It also brings Tagawa off first base.
Base hit for.
So now, unless if a triple play happens, that's going to be
number 10, Madeline.
hit number 1 for UMHB.
Yeah, the game's first hit, and you're right, barring a very bizarre triple play, it's going to be also the first time that 4 batters are going to come to the plate in a half inning here. So, kind of a big spot here for Trinity. Personally, I would say, even though you haven't been able to score yet, don't worry about the run. Focus on the outs, because what you want to avoid is a big inning. 1-0 game, even if you haven't been able to score, is still a pretty reasonable, climb back. It'd be interesting to see if UMHB puts the runner on here to try to go second and third, kind of eliminate a double play situation.
First pitch to Stevenson. They're going to check over at third, and Angela Baltzel rather gives a bit of a body check to Henkin. But
Henkin doing a great job of staying on the bag.
Either way, Paula-Schultz in scoring position as well now, so no double play on the table, barring something bizarre. 1-0 pitch. That one's going to get down into the gap. 1 run will come across. They send in the second runner. Throw to the plate. Will be in time. They catch Paula-Schultz at home. So only 1 run comes across. Meanwhile, Stevenson will head to second. So only 1 RBI for her. But either way, UMHB up 1-0, but a great throw to get Paula-Schultz at home.
Yeah, once again, Del Toro with that arm from left. And not an easy play either. She ranged over to center. Had to turn the body to make the throw. A great job from both, I would say, Jordan Williams, letting that one come through. Great communication there from their catcher, Boudreaux, with Jordan Williams to let that one come through to make sure that they got the out.
Braylon Belk up to bat now. Very interesting setup. from before she takes the pitch, her left foot's actually on the line of the batter's box. Then when the pitch comes, she steps in. Takes that one for ball 1. It's always interesting to see how different batters set up. Now with Stevenson on second, still scoring threat. Bishop, next offering. Jam shot. Jordan Williams makes the play in the infield, so another out on the board. Keeps Stevenson at second. And now Frenzel
Next up, number 20. Bailey.
steps on up to the plate. So Tigers have the opportunity to limit the damage to just 1. Frenzel, seen her power already at a really long foul ball. One misses for ball 1. But certainly the junior out of Orange, Texas, has no home runs on the season so far, but certainly capable of putting one in the stat sheet.
Yeah, you saw Bishop go low and away on that first pitch. Would be interesting if she does it again here.
Grounder over to Baltzel. Little bobble throw to Williams. And we'll see what the call is. They're going to call her out.
Great job from Jordan Williams on the stretch. And fantastically done. Get out of the inning. Only 1 allowed. Del Toro, Williams both making great defensive plays. And that'll limit the damage as the Tigers find themselves trailing 1 after 3.5 complete. We'll be right back. Welcome back, bottom half of the 4th, and saw some of the replays there from earlier action in the game today. And thanks to Yanel for running the control room today, and thanks to Ariel on camera. Thanks to Reed for showing up. And when it is spring break, you know, we'll take what we can get here, and we got 6 games plus 3 baseballs, so you know, right in the thick of things. So a huge thank you to our student crew for giving up some of their valuable and precious time and what they bring to the table here. And on that last replay, so it might have been a little bit of controversy there, as maybe Williams' foot came off the bag, maybe it didn't. Ump called her out. We'll go with it. Here we are, bottom half of the 4th.
The 1-1 count. Tagawa trying to be the first base runner for the Tigers today. So they've not reached base yet, but I think the Tiger dugout's just saying, yeah, we take those.
Yeah. And Tagawa missing the home run there. I mean, it was foul by, you know, a good 15, 20 feet, but definitely had the distance, as it almost hit the equipment shed on the fly.
That one, another good piece of contact, but foul. Still a 1-2 count.
UMHB so far 8 innings pitched on the afternoon and still no walks allowed. Tagawa would be the one that I would say might draw the first one, but so far the crew not giving in to Tiger hitters.
That one misses. Count evens up at 2-2. And you would
Going out on a limb saying that the national leader in walks right now would be your best option to draw a walk.
the freshman takes ball 3, so full count.
Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Is that on DraftKings?
Tagawa.
You got a 50-50 shot right here. It's either a strike or a ball.
Swings. Nearly fair. Line shot.
Get to do it again.
Not only is this to maintain the lead for the nation, a walk here breaks the single season program record for Trinity. Looking for walk number 20.
We're not even halfway through the season yet. This is like game 18.
Mason, see what she has dialed up. Another foul ball.
I don't think Tagawa wants this record. I think she wants the home run. She's like, walks, they're cool. They're cool, but let me show you my power.
She's got some pop in the bat for sure. And another big swing.
Man, if she could just sit back on these another split second. She's putting it into the top of the batting cages out there in left field.
You gotta watch out if you're tennis over at the tennis courts. Playing against UChicago right now. That one solid contact, but it's going to end up in the glove of Hankin. So good job by Chloe Mason. Full count pitch. Give her a good one. And Tagawa gave it a ride, but just not far enough.
The records will wait. Might have to wait till Thursday the way this game's going.
Ultra aggressive is the name of the game for the crew. And Sydney Watson, hometown kid, San Antonio, steps into the box. That's another
Same show, different person.
solid contact foul ball. Kind of similar to what we saw for UMHB last game, where it was just a bunch of solid contact foul balls. Just need to push them over a little.
Yeah, just, not necessarily to dead center, because that's where you're going to catch the wind coming straight at you. But just, maybe right down the line if you're a Tiger fan. That's what you're thinking.
Foul ball.
Oh.
Yeah, I should have had that one. But either way, it's going to be an 0-2 count.
She hit the glass on the side of the press box building over here that does not face the field at all. I don't know if that's ever happened. This building's been here for about 15, 20 years now.
1-2 count for Watson. That was an impressive.
Yeah, speaking of records, that's a new record. She hit the impossible shot.
County was up at 2-2. Gonna have these metal bars above the building. Just took a good bounce off of that. See if Watson have her put a plaque on there. Good contact on the left field. It's back, but the catch will be made by Eggleston. Still can't crack her out in left field. Watson heads back to the dugout. Now, Hannah Boudreau still trying to put the first hit on the board for the Tigers.
Boudreau.
Freshman trying to make a big impact. More than she already has in this lineup. But right now,
she had a great defensive play there with Williams and Del Toro. What I'm assuming is calling off Williams on the cut, letting that ball roll through to get the runner tagged out at the plate.
1-0 count. Trying to break the perfect game that Mason is throwing right now through nearly 4. Next pitch. In there for a strike. So 1-1 count. Boudreau. A little bit of a practice swing before stepping back into the box. 2 outs on the board. Tigers trying not to go. 3 up, 3 down again. Foul ball. 1-2 count. Advantage, Chloe Mason. And it has been a significantly different game, much lower scoring, and much more even than feel like One side has dominated the other. Now one foul tip. So Boudreaux staying alive, trying to gather some more info. Now, still a 1-2 count. Trying to pass the baton over to Jordan Arce. Glance at the wrist for Mason to throw. That one given right out into center field, but Henkin there to make the play. Hit it right to her. Didn't really have to move anywhere. So we're through 4. Chloe Mason's perfect game still alive. We head to the top of the 5th. We are back. UMHB trying to pick up some momentum from that 4th inning. Get some more runs on the board here in the 5th. As Elise Castillo flew out in foul territory last time. Trying to reach base this time. First offering, high inside. Ball 1. Kyler Sanders on deck. Brighton right in the hole. And all of them looking for their first hits of the day in this game. That pitch in there for a strike. Good location from Bishop. Bishop may not have the velo that Arce has, but she certainly has the command and the control to paint the corners.
And sometimes the lack of velocity is just enough to throw off a team. I talked about that a little bit earlier, but just 2 hits through 4 for UMHB. I think, after they were way on top of the fastballs earlier today, they're a team that can hit the fastball, right? And so maybe bring in the breaking ball, mixing it up a little bit, disrupt that timing. Game 2 has been a completely different story here for Trinity.
That one misses.
And maybe to their detriment, the wind has been blowing in, to the Tigers' detriment, because a couple of those balls hit out in the 4th inning for their half of the bat might have had a chance if the wind was blowing out instead of in.
Checked swing is checked. So walk drawn by Castillo.
Number 21, Kyler Sanders.
And moves it on to Kyler Sanders. Sanders, runner on first. And it looks like we will get a pinch runner for Castillo. Payne Bowser and Angela Balta will take time to talk with Bishop. That talk is over. And pinch running for the Crew is number 6, Reese Albrecht.
A completely cloudy day here in San Antonio. I'm sure you can probably hear some of the gusts of wind as it starts to blow in through the speakers.
The runner goes. The throw not in time. So make that a stolen base for Reese.
In a couple of weeks, you're going to be hoping that you don't have cloud cover. Monday, April 8th, got the eclipse happening. Not only here in San Antonio, but folks out in Belton be in great spot. Take a look at that.
Shows bunt. Reese comes off base just a little bit, but goes back. Maybe trying to just bait a throw, but either way, 2-0 count.
And the university doing quite a few events on the week leading to it. So if you're in San Antonio.
And Reese, her third, goes back. Unfortunately, well, the last eclipse was right over campus. This one's a bit north of it from what I saw on the projection, so.
Yeah, the university is going to have, I believe, a bus going out and take students out to go see it, be in the path of totality. So that one's bunted foul. If you're around campus, you can find out more at events.trinity.edu. They've got a whole week of space-related activities going on. But yeah, if I remember seeing the map correctly, I think those in Belton are going to be in a pretty good spot to have it go right over campus.
Pitch misses, full count. And Tigers' previous opponents, Shriner, up in Kerrville, they'll have a perfect view of it.
Perfect view. As we joke with former Shriner Mountaineer Garrett Landon, it'd be the one time you'd want to be in Kerrville.
That one misses. So another walk drawn by UMHB. The runners on first and second. Reese Albrecht on second. Kyler Sanders on first.
I got the force play here now at all the bags. So an opportunity for Trinity, maybe even to turn two and leave a runner at third, or take away the corners.
That one in there for a strike to Brighton right.
Yeah, Bowser not hugging the line, but definitely able to cut off anything hit down the line.
And right. Awaits the 0-1 pitch. That one misses. 1-1 count. Similar idea. That one just not hitting the zone.
And now that they're 2 times through the order, I wonder if it's not maybe the time to bring somebody back in that just has maybe a little bit more overpowering stuff. Continue to keep UMHB off their guard.
And Jordan Williams makes the catch. Oh, but the ball comes out. So they're going to get Reese at the force out at third. Jordan Williams looked like she caught it, but the ball popped out when she hit the ground. Either way, excellent attempt at the ball. Gets out the speedy Reese Albrecht at third.
Yeah, so that'll go down as a fielder's choice. And maybe one of the more unusual fielder's choices that we've seen in a while. So we'll take another look here. And Williams, I thought she maybe had control of it long enough. But no, it was coming out pretty much on her turn. I think if she could have rolled over once with it and then it escaped, you could maybe say that was on the transfer, but the umpire was right there on top of it. Didn't make the safe call or the out call immediately, so it was, I guess he was waiting to see how it unfolded. As now 1-1 count.
Des Bryant would have called that a catch.
And now you're going to start getting into some volatile territory there. Maybe get the chat going.
Eggleston 1-1 pitch is taken for ball 2. It's a 2-1 count. It's unfortunate that Reese was out at third. She had multiple stolen bases. I had the Reese's Pieces line locked and loaded. I'll have to save that one for another day. 2-1 pitch. Eccleston fouls it off. 2-2 count. 1 out on the board. Double play opportunity for the Tigers. Sanders on second. Ryan on first. This game going on in conjunction with men's tennis as they continue their match against University of Chicago. Tennis much longer than softball. And one fouled back. Still a 2-2 count.
Hoping not to get marooned like the women did the other day against the Maroons.
No, I didn't watch. I've never watched a full tennis match until when we played Concordia a couple weeks ago. I didn't realize how long it was. That was an entire day at the tennis courts.
Yeah. And bring some reading material. You can get some studying in.
The 2-2 pitch. And not keen to crack yet. Eggleston stays alive. Still a 2-2 count.
Yeah, for UMHB, you're trying to break this one wide open here. And that one was laced, but it was foul.
Egg with the white bat. Two-two pitch. That one hit over into shallow center. And that one's going to fall. The throw over to third will not be in time. And that really looked like it got her.
Well, you don't have to make the tag.
Yeah, you don't have to make the tag either.
That's another mental mistake made by this team. You know, stay on the bag and let the ball come and just touch the bag. It's not a tag play. It's not anything else.
But either way, coming off the bag or not, on first view, that looked like she laid the tag down in time.
And get another look.
We'll see. Balto just ranging maybe a bit too far out. And the throw.
She wasn't touching the bag at all, and I think she got in under the tag. I mean, it's a hard call for the umpire to make from the fact that you blocked his view, but it also looks like she slid in underneath it. But at that point, you should be foot on the bag. Make the catch with the foot on the bag, and you get the runner out.
Well, can't take it to New York at this level. So bases loaded with 1 out. And we'll see if that mistake leads to runs coming across. Eggleston keeps the lineup moving.
Pinch hitter for the Crusaders,
And now,
number 18, Gabriela Vela.
pinch hitting is Gabriela Vela. Coming in to pinch hit for Henkin. So a change in the leadoff spot. Tiger infield playing a bit in. Looking for the weak contact. That one's fouled off on 1 count. And you got to imagine any grounder is going to be heading to home plate. If it is a fast enough grounder, if it's exceptionally weak, they may just allow the run to cross and go to second, or go to first rather. Or you can go anywhere because you have a force out at every plate. That one misses. 1-1 count. Vela with a strong practice swing. Now, pitch from Bishop. That one is going to get down. And now the throw to home will not come. A run comes across. It'll be 2-0. Looks like Williams may have gotten tangled up with Wright just a little bit. But either way, the ball fell. So now UMHB up 2-0.
And we'll see a pitching change here for the Tigers. So we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
We're back on the Tiger Network. New pitcher fires in that one for strike one. Number 22, Megan Krieshbaum, for their first year in the pitching staff at Cedar Hills, Utah. Next pitch. Misses for ball one. Don't see many people from Utah on this campus, but Krieshbaum the exception. And that one, solid contact but foul. 1-2. Still not on the board. Force out at every base. See if they can induce some weak contact from Paula Schultz. Just 1 for 2 today. Reached on an error and singled. And maybe that's the contact they need. Baltzel goes home, and she is out. So, coming in to try and score was Chloe Cox, but Cox was gunned down at home.
Next up, number 10, Madeline Stevenson.
As Madeline Stevenson will try and have a better opportunity. So Paula Schultz at first. Stevenson takes strike one. Eggleston at third. Bela at second. Paula Schultz at first. That one's high. 1-1 count. Four hits for the Crew in this game. Tigers still trying to find their first base runner. Next pitch. That one fouled off in the netting. So Krieshbaum trying to leave this one with minimal damage. One, 2 count for Stevenson. Krieshbaum's pitch misses, so 2's on the board. We'll see what Stevenson does with the even count pitch from Krieshbaum. The delivery. That one up the middle. Baltzel snags it, steps on second base. Only 1 run comes across in the top of the 5th. Tigers still very much in it. We'll see if they can find their first base runner in the bottom of the 5th. Jordan Arce leading off the bottom of the fifth.
27, Jordan Arce.
Trying to be the first base runner for the Tigers. She struck out in the second inning. As Chloe Mason is pitching a gem right now.
Perfectly said.
First pitch misses for ball one. As Arce had to kind of dance out of the way. Chloe Mason. That one right inside. Arce, good contact. Just foul. 1-1 count now. See Chloe Mason's stats on your screen. Trying to improve on everything. 1-1 pitch to Jordan Arce. Swing and a miss. 1-2 count. Chloe Mason has struck out one batter. And if you were paying attention, you would realize that one batter was Jordan Arce. Trying to get her twice. Next pitch, swing and a miss. Jordan Arce down swinging yet again. So one away as she passes the buck on to Jordan Williams. Jordan Williams, 0 for 1 today. We'll be hearing that one quite a bit since the Tigers have had no base runners. Grounded out to Stevenson over at second base. Takes that one for ball one. Now, thinking about players that could draw a walk, Jordan Williams is certainly not a bad candidate. The active leader in career walks for the Tigers. Next pitch, taken for ball two. So in a favorable count is Jordan Williams. Williams drew 8 walks against Schreiner. Had 2 3-walk games. Back-to-back as well. That had only been done 6 times in program history before that point. And then Jordan Williams did it in back-to-back games. 2-1 count as that one goes foul. Nice day out at the ballpark. 2-1 pitch. That one put out into left field, taken in by Eggleston. Eggleston makes it so there's 2 outs on the board. Still has yet to crack out in left field.
Number 4, Carson Lee.
Now Carson Lee. Could she be the first hit of the day for the Tigers? Sophomore out of Flower Mound, Texas. 0 for 1 today. First pitch. Misses for ball one. Next pitch from Mason. That one misses for ball two. So another favorable count for Tiger hitter Carson Lee. Sophomore. Had a good freshman campaign. Trying to improve the sophomore year. 2-0 pitch. That one put out into left field. The catch is made by Eggleston. And Eggleston has got to be hard-boiled because there ain't any cracks out there. We will head to the top of the 6th. UMHB still leading. Back in San Antonio, the Crew is still leading 2-0 over the Tigers. See if they can scratch a couple runs across here in the top of the 6th. This game has been flying by. It's been a quick day at the ballpark. As Braylon Belk set to lead off the top of the 6th. It's currently 4:20.
4:20. This game will be over in about 4 hours, now that you've talked about how quickly it was going.
First pitch from Krieshbaum misses, so 2-0 count for Belk. Krieshbaum checks the wristband before pitching. That one misses, ball 3. Another base runner threatening to get aboard for the Crew. I mean, I could say this game is going to take 5 hours.
You've already spoken. You've already spoken.
I
once.
can't lie to the people, Josh.
It is what it is at this point.
That one in there for strike 1. 3-1 count for Belk. Frenzel on deck. Castillo in the hole. Three-one pitch. Ground ball right to Krieshbaum. Return to center play. We are outside of the package center for a reason. It's just for that. Krieshbaum retires the first batter herself. And now Bailey Frenzel. 0 for 2 today, trying to make it 1 for 3. She's grounded out twice. First pitch. In there for strike 1. And Krieshbaum has some good velo. Trying to blow it past the Crew. Because the Crew are cruising. That one misses. 1-1 count. You can see Watson playing a bit deeper now that Frenzel is up to the plate, playing beyond the logo. That one in there for strike 2, so 1-2 count. Krieshbaum finds the zone. Trying to keep the Tigers in a winning position. They do need the bats to put some runners on. Ground ball foul. And we'll retrieve it in foul territory. Get it back to Krieshbaum. Right now, Tigers trying to get out of this one, but it'll take a little bit longer as Frenzel gets a nice hit up the middle.
That's a base hit for Bailey Frenzel.
So now in the 6th hole, Elise Castillo. Castillo trying to get Frenzel. Now, pinch running, number 13, Caitlin Powers. Trying to use her powers of base running to get another run across. And now Castillo trying to get Powers over to second. So 1-0 is the count now after that one misses for a ball. And Boudreau checking in on Powers. Powers did not go on that one. Pitch. 2-0 count. Powers thought about, or Boudreau thought Powers was going to go to second, but Powers pulled a Dr. Evil and said, how about no? Went back to first. 2-0 pitch. That one down the line. It'll be a base hit. Going for second now. And the throw in hits off of the umpire. Maybe a bit fortunate as it doesn't get away. But that'll be a double for Castillo. But it's 2 runners in scoring position for the Crew.
Next up, number 21, Kyler Sanders.
And Kyler Sanders with those 2 runners in scoring position in the 6-hole spot, or in the 7-hole spot rather. 0 for 1 today. The pitch in there for strike 1. So 0-1 count. Crew have been sound on the defensive side as well. No errors to their name. 2 errors for the Tigers. Next pitch misses. You can see Williams coming in, waiting for weak contact. Sanders. Next pitch, that one popped up. Tagawa under it. Makes the easy out. So 2 outs on the board. So a potential to put a goose egg onto the board. But right now, still 2 runners in scoring position now for number 24, Brighton Wright. Woke up not so bright and early. That one misses for ball 1. Wright 0 for 2 today. Ground out and reached on a fielder's choice. And that one is infield fly. Catch made by Williams. So no damage done in the top of the 6th, despite runners in scoring position. Tigers are able to strand Castillo and Powers. We take a break on the Tiger Network as we head to the bottom of the 6th.
Leading off the inning for the
We are
Tigers,
back
number 21,
here on the Tiger Network.
Bowser.
Peyton Bowser, Hayden Del Toro, and Angela Baltzl will be tasked with breaking Chloe Mason's perfect game bid. Tigers have not had a base runner in any way, shape, or form. First pitch misses for ball 1. Chloe Mason has had the Tiger bats numbers. Mason. Next pitch. That one popped up and taken in by Powers, who stays in the game after getting the call to pinch run. So 1 away quickly in the bottom of the 6th.
Up next for the Tigers, the left fielder, number 1, Hayden Del Toro.
Hayden Del Toro up to bat now, and the Tigers have prevented themselves from being run ruled in this one. First pitch in there for a strike to Hayden Del Toro. Lined out in the 3rd. Because UMHB cannot walk it off since they're the visiting team. So Tiger bats will get at least one more chance. That one poked and in foul territory. So Del Toro almost breaks the perfect game. But not quite. 0-2 count. Del Toro aggressive at the plate, as aggressive as a bull. We'll see what she does with the 0-2 pitch. They appeal, but Del Toro did not swing. So 1-2 count. Sure, Mason appreciates the attempt from Sanders, though. Always got to fight for your pitcher. 1-2 pitch. That one high inside. 2-2 count. Del Toro playing a risky game. A ball that has been called a strike in the past. Not this time. Even count pitch. That one foul ball into right field. Right now, Chloe Mason only at 61 pitches. Pretty impressive through nearly 6 innings of work. She's worked very efficiently. 2 strikeouts on the day. Next pitch. Swing and a miss. She gets Del Toro swinging. Strikeout number 3 for Chloe Mason. As now to the 9-hole spot.
Next up for the Tigers, the shortstop,
Angela
number
Baltzel.
2, Angela Baltzel.
She popped up over to Paula Schultz at shortstop last time. Trying to get anything going for the Tigers on offense. First pitch to Baltzel. In there for strike 1. It's been a bit of an overcast day here in San Antonio, which is surely appreciated by Eggleston over in left field. No sun to deal with. That one a little jam shot. Paula Schultz ranges back, collects the out. And Mason is perfect through 6. We'll see what kind of damage the crew can do in the top of the 7th. Back in San Antonio, Tigers trying to prevent any more runs from coming across. Can't get run ruled this time since it's the top of the 7th. But now, starting things off for the crew, Bailey Eggleston. Eggleston 1 for 2 today, singled and flew out over to Jordan Arce in right field. Kriechbaum still in the game for the Tigers. In there for strike 1 to Eggleston. Now, Kriechbaum having to work against the 9-hole hitter. Good contact, but it's over to Baltzel, who makes the catch. So Eggleston will have to head back to the dugout, 1 out away in the top of the 7th.
To the top of the order for the Crusaders, number 33.
And, you know, give credit to the Tiger pitching staff in this one. They've certainly shown a lot more fight in this game, too. They've only allowed 2 runs across so far. 1 in there for a strike. They've certainly put their batters in a position to do something, but it is up to the batters to take up that mantle and do something with it. It's a team game for a reason. 1-1 count. A pitcher can't win a game if their offense doesn't score any runs. Krieshbaum working against Henkin. Weak grounder over to Bowser. And Bowser throws over to Williams. 2 outs in the inning now.
Next up, number 8, Lindsay.
And now Lindsay Polischultz. Polischultz trying to prevent a 1-2-3 inning for the Crew. 1 for 3 today. Reach on error. Reach on the fielder's choice. And hit a single. 1-0 count to her. That first pitch missed. Fielders are ready. Krieshbaum's pitch. In there for a strike. Polischultz trying to keep the inning alive with 2 outs on the board. One miss is 2-1 count. Krieshbaum has been effective today in the position that she has come in. Pitch 2 1/3, scoreless innings. Next pitch. That one is fouled off. So now 2's on the board. 2-2 count. And she's also certainly fought some adversity on the base paths as well. Give her credit for being a pressure cooker in that situation. Next pitch from the freshman. Weak contact over to Baltzel. Throw to Williams in time. 3 up, 3 down go the Crew in the top of the 7th. Tigers will look to walk it off again in the bottom of the frame. We'll take a break on the Tiger Network. We are back in San Antonio. Who will come out victorious? Will it be Chloe Mason who has thrown the jab, looking to end this off with a perfect game? Or will the Tigers find a way, get some offense on the board, and walk it off? All coming to a thrilling conclusion here on the Tiger Network. Gonna start off with Sammy Tagawa, 0 for 2 today. That first pitch misses for ball 1. She's lined up. She's flown out. But the aggressive pitching of Chloe Mason hasn't been able to get her patented walk. Next pitch. Misses for ball 2. Kind of flashed bunt, but pulled back. Now 69 pitches for Chloe Mason. Mason, 2-0 pitch. That one misses, so 3-0 count. Will Tagawa break the single season record for Trinity, or will the perfect game for Chloe Mason continue? Next pitch. And Sammy Tagawa breaks the perfect game for Chloe Mason and breaks the single season record for walks by a Trinity Tiger with 20.
Sydney Watson.
Game 18 of the season, not even halfway through.
Not even halfway through. But if you look at the view from UMHB, glass half full, no hitter still on the board. Still an impressive feat in its own right. You have to realize how many times just bloop hits happen in a game of softball. Still a difficult feat to accomplish, but Sydney Watson certainly doesn't want that to happen. First pitch misses for ball 1.
And they'll probably tell you, more importantly, they've got a shutout going, and they've got a 2-0 lead. And if they can get 3 outs, they walk away with 2 wins here today, and they'll be just as happy with that as they would have been with a perfect game.
That one misses inside. 2-0 count now. As ball 6. Trying to prevent ball 7 from coming across. We'll see what Chloe Mason has dialed up here.
You're not going to get the chance down 2-0 in the 7th.
That one in for a strike. So 2-1 count for Watson. Tagawa at first. That one hit out in to left field. Eggleston makes the catch. Outfield has been stellar for UMHB. They've made some tough plays out there. 1 out on the board. Of course, this one.
Next up for the Tigers, number 23.
Outfielders have
Boudreaux.
had to do a ton of work because Mason has only accrued 3 strikeouts, so she'll be tipping her hat, or her visor rather, to plenty of her teammates. Hannah Boudreaux now 0 for 2 today. Line out, fly out. First pitch misses for ball 1. As Mason looking to go the full game. We have not sent Tagawa to second. Not wanting to risk their first base runner. Now a 1-1 count as Boudreaux fouls that one off. The freshman trying to advance the freshman at least. One swing ties it up. We only make factual statements here on the Tiger Network. That one is grounded left, foul ball.
Conversely, one swing could also end it.
That is also true. Double play is on the table for UMHB. There's too many possibilities to account for. Anything could happen.
That's why they've tuned in.
Exactly. This pitch misses for ball 2. If you knew what was going to happen, why would you watch?
Yeah. Got other things to do. This is riveting.
2-2 count. It's like how you shouldn't spoil a World Series game. That pitch in front of the plate. 3-2 count now. So 3-2-1 reads the top of the scoreboard. It does feel like there is a countdown for these Tiger bats. We'll see full count pitch. Certainly the most pressure Mason has been under. That one's fouled off. And have another one to UPD. They just get to go to their backyard and see about a dozen softballs in their backyard every day. Every day softball gets to play. Next pitch, weak contact over to second, 1 out, over to first, not in time. Just not very good contact, but now a pinch hitter for the Tigers as following Hannah Boudreaux is her twin sister, Sydney Boudreaux.
Sydney Boudreaux.
Sydney Boudreaux has some power. We'll see if she can tie the game with the swing. Pinch runner for the Tigers is Ella Whitaker. Whitaker will pinch run for Boudreaux. Whitaker is speedy. Now, Sydney Boudreaux. Big position to pinch it in. She stands as the potential final out of the game for the Tigers. And checking over at first, Whitaker has diving back, not expecting a throw at first. Good job by Sanders to keep Whitaker on her toes. 1-0 count. Swing and a miss. Tried to check the swing, but a bit too late. 1-1 count. No hitter still going for Chloe Mason. Looking for any weak contact. And the next pitch misses. 2-1 count. Sydney Boudreau. Some practice swings before stepping back into the batter's box. Favorable count for her. Being up in a 2-1 count. Next pitch. In there for strike 2. So 2's on the board. As now Sydney Boudreau, see if there's any magic in the air. Next pitch, put out into right field. It gets down. Whitaker going to third. The ball gets away a little bit. Whitaker will come home. The throw to the plate, not in time. And the Tigers break the no-hitter and the shutout. And Sydney Boudreau gets an RBI single. So it is 2-1 now, with Jordan Williams coming up to the plate. It will be a pinch runner for Boudreau. It will be Jordan Arce, and she's fast. There's going to be a meeting in the circle for UMHB.
Riveting. So why you watch? 20 outs. Not getting you a hit. The last one. Breaks the shutout. Cuts the lead in half. Brings the winning run up to the plate.
Couldn't have scripted it better. Not only that, brings the senior up to the plate.
24, Jordan
Williams. Williams, in her career, has 7 home runs. Hasn't hit one this year. Would be quite an opportune time to have her first one now, but takes that one for strike 1.
And would probably be the most impressive of her career, considering that this wind is now blowing straight in.
We'll see if Jordan Williams has hit the weight room. 0-1 pitch. Misses. 1-1 count. From Williams out of Clayton Valley Charter. That was her high school. Next pitch for Williams. Hits it up the middle, and that'll end the game. So despite the Tigers scoring a run in the bottom of the 7th, UMHB wins all the same. They sweep the Tigers at their home field.
1 run on 1 hit, there were no errors.
And really, it was just a great pitching performance by Chloe Mason. Lost the no-hitter in the end, but still nothing to hang your head about. Still pitch an amazing game with only 89 pitches in the pitch count. Very efficient. Those 2 errors by the Tigers, maybe coming back to haunt them a little bit. Cindy Boudreau had the 1 RBI for the Tigers. Meanwhile, Gabrielle Vela and Stevenson having the RBI for the Crew. And coming up for the Crusaders on the schedule, now that they have won both their games here in San Antonio, proved to 6-7. This weekend, they will be doing bingo at the ballpark. So they'll be playing bingo when Howard Payne comes to town over in Belton, Texas. So Crusaders fans, be sure to go support them. Every team is deserving of your support, especially this one. And meanwhile, for the Tigers, spring break. Bring some more non-conference competition this Thursday. Tune in at 12 o'clock for when Latorno comes to town, another ASC opponent in that ASC gauntlet that the Tigers like to do year after year. Meanwhile, for Yanel back in the control room, thank you for working everything today. For Ariel Monson over working the camera. Garrett Landon being the DJ and the PA man. Jenna Razignol working the stats for us. And Josh Machagemba joining me on the broadcast. Thank you, everybody, for joining us. It's been a great day at the ballpark. I've been Reed Rosales, and hopefully you'll tune in on Thursday as well.